Hello, 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 hello. So today we will be continuing the Hunts for Galarian Yamask and something on Brooklet Hill indeed. But we'll see how things, go indeed. Hopefully nicely indeed. Hopefully a decent amount of progress can be made on both. We'll be getting started soonish indeed. Yeah, today's plan more or less is to be eating odds in Brooklet Hill. It's definitely a possibility. Don't know if it will be happening, but it's definitely possible that I hear odds there today. It could be indeed. It's only like 300-ish encounters indeed, so definitely a possibility, but let's try to be finding a mask to be the first encounter as usual. Another, unfortunately, completely empty one on the first go for your masks, but I'm gonna try to be making encounters on Ultra Sun then. I don't know, did I do it oh, well. Didn't see you there, but there's your mask anyways. But I did try to be making it so we would be hitting sunset / nighttime at the same time in both games. As I said, I don't know did I do it correctly, but there should be more nighttime encounters anyways today on both games. But pretty decent. Pretty decent indeed. I'm gonna say it already that tomorrow is gonna be my day off indeed. Because I have things to be doing and, you know, might as well be having a whole off day from there as well. But yep. We'll see how the day goes indeed. Hopefully nicely. As I said, that since usually Tuesdays are Alpha Gudra days, it's just gonna be switching to Wednesday then. Waxy. There we go. Don't know why that was so unbalanced. Indeed, we good indeed. I'm gonna be like the other day that I know for sure that this week I will be off is going to be Saturday. Don't know how I'm gonna be handling both Sunday and Friday, but that's the reason why I did do a longer weekend and did do a bunch of Dynamics adventures. Hello, Dr. Rio. See, I'll be taking breaks if I need to, of course, as usual. Yeah, I just don't know too much about like schedules for those days, so we'll see. See indeed. Next week is gonna be a little bit normal one, I would like to say. I'd like to say that indeed. At least it's supposed to be. You never know what is gonna be going on, you know? You never know. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed, nothing too bad going on today. I know a chill day indeed. Thank you for getting a little bit away from the dog trio so I can be easily encountering you. But yeah, it could be the thing that next time, once I'm gonna be hunting these, I could be hitting also odds in the mask. If it is, of course, you know, necessary, but it is definitely a possibility. We'll see. It wouldn't be the first time and most likely not the last time that I'll be hitting odds. Indeed. And as I said, I don't really mind it. Some hunts, they just take longer and that's it. And unfortunately, if you want every single shiny Pokemon without doing like eggs for everything, there is going to be few of them. And even if you wouldn't be doing eggs, I suppose, if you don't want to be doing glitched eggs. Because there's few things that you can be getting from glitched eggs. In very few games, though. But you can. Probably the most famous one is the... I didn't mean to knock you down, but sure. But yeah, probably one of the most famous ones indeed is Celebi in Chantry from an egg. I kind of understand it, but it's a pretty tedious one, for sure. And I usually don't mind tedious hunts. Doing, you know, the hunts the way that I would like to indeed. Yep. It do be what it do be indeed. I've seen a bunch of your masks today. Nice. Only bunch of dew biters. I mean, we should be because, you know, we technically have more time with dew biters than we have with Surskits, but you never know when it turns into nighttime. Is Surskit gonna be literally the only thing that we encounter? Guess it could be. Is it likely? No. But it's still a possibility though. It do be indeed. Rude. Rude, how dare you be like that? Want to encounter you, you rudely did. You go there indeed, what eh? Oh. Hello, Duranch. This is definitely one of the best places for Durant to be in, for sure. It do be indeed. Ooh, your masks only in here. Which kind of reminds me of the... It's kind of interesting that you could do a... You could do a... in Sword and Shield specifically, you could be doing like... Meowth slash its evolution only run indeed. And you would be able to be getting an entire team if you are willing to be having like the prevos. Because Meowth is one of the only ones that you know to be having more than one regional variant from different regions specifically. Koros comes quite close as well with its 4 forms. 3, you know, Paldea ones. Or one I like to be calling Paldea ones because some of them are just breeds. It's a smoochum in the PCG. Indeed. Weekly thing of missing psychic types. So if you need to be missing psychic types there, it is one of them indeed. This week's weekly quests are quite easy if you ask me. Most likely will be doing most of them indeed. Bunch of Axius. If this would be a shield, I would be encountering Axius. This would be shield indeed, but I'm playing sword and Trapage is the 1%. Not that I, you know, care that much for either of them, but you know, 1% is a 1% still. Oh no, I didn't miss it. No. I wanted to miss it instead of capture it. No. Happens. I mean, to be fair, I have a decent amount of time. To be missing. Few of them indeed. So they are done, I guess, repainting the parking lot indeed. I don't know what it is indeed. And now they have fancy numbers in them for whatever reason that you are not gonna really be seeing ever. Like, sure, the idea of like the numbers there that, you know, represents what, you know, is your space or something like that. It's nice, but it doesn't really, like, you can't be seeing it that well. Plus, we did anyways be having like those little charging, not charging, but like warming, like electric boxes that, you know, you can be using as a warming for your car in the cold winter days, so you know your car isn't frozen. And they did have the numbers on there, but yeah, it doesn't really hurt, I suppose. I was surprised that I didn't hear like anything, but I suppose it's not like it's not causing too much noise to be, you know, painting some lines and numbers. Pretty good, pretty nice indeed. Another Maractus there. I'm gonna be encountering it soon then. You know what I'm very much looking forward to, because I do be absolutely loving the Pokemon. Be seeing Galarian Ponyta everywhere on a Saturday. Gonna be looking forward to it indeed. I like the Pokemon so much. And as I said, I would be really wishing to be having it in another game, but it's unfortunately always the problem with regional variants that it might not be seen. You didn't see too many Galarian ones, you know, in Scarlet and Violet. At least so far. Maybe later. Really depends on how much they are done with, you know, things in there, of course. Pretty good, pretty nice indeed. What's the Axio? Okay, game. Sure. Sure, buddy. You said your mask though? First one of many I would like to say for the day. It has accidentally one extra Pokemon there because I did knock one down. Oh, by the way, it kind of reminds me that I did knock one down accidentally. That I remember, like, a long time ago, indeed, that it was indeed the case that I was trying to be going for like garbing, I think, in a shield. I never like finished the hunt or anything. I was like thinking that I might be wanting to be going for one. And then I like look at the thing and I saw that sturdy is an ability for it or something like that, and I was like, yeah, I can be doing that, you know, knock everything down, not care in the world, but then I didn't notice one thing that, you know, was important, but once I figured it out, I stopped doing it because I didn't want to fail one, you know. And that is that sturdy is its hidden ability. Like, I didn't know that, because I was pretty new, you know, in the Pokemon and everything, that, you know, you can't really be getting hidden abilities in the wild. You can in some situations, but it is finicky sometimes to be getting into the point. Like, for example, one of the best ways to be getting like hidden abilities to Pokemons is like SOS calling. It's a very good way to be telling indeed. Mario. Yeah, I don't know. I would be wishing that there would be more ways in like Sword and Shield and in Scarlet and Violet to be getting Pokemons with their hidden abilities. Like, I understand they are supposed to be rare and stuff, but still. I mean, it's not like it's too hard to come by with the, you know, the item to be making hidden abilities to be a thing indeed. They are pretty easy to come by, especially if you have already beaten the story. And I will say that most of the time, I don't really care for hidden abilities, or abilities anyway, so I just roll with whatever I have. And I'll go with it indeed. But yeah. Sometimes it's a situation that I would be wishing it would be easier to be finding indeed. Like, sure, I know it's a thing that if you are breeding a Pokemon that has its hidden ability, then there is a chance that the baby will be having the hidden ability as well, but I don't like it that much indeed. There is a stone journer in the PCG. For those that are interested indeed. If only that could have been the Smoochum that I did miss. If only. I will say, even though it is quite frustrating that, you know, there is rare Pokemons in Pokemon games, you know. But at the same time, I kind of am missing them. I will say though that in my opinion, almost every Pokemon should be able to be encountered slash captured if it's a regular old Pokemon before, you know, you're done with the story slash Elite Four or whatever it is in that game. Because I would say that it is like kind of it's understandable but disappointing still that how late you get access to the Paradox Pokemons in Scarlet and Violet, because it's not like there is too many situations where I would like to be using them in battle, but the only problem is that they are so high level, so you can't really be using them yourself that much throughout the playthrough, even if you would be just transferring it from another game, you know. It's just a little bit of a shame, for sure. Because I would absolutely love to be able to be, you know, running through a game at some point with just Paradox Pokemons, but it's not really a possibility. Because, you know, they are late game encounters and they are high levels. Yeah, I kind of would like to be that there would be one like that again. Like, surely there is still some that are, you know, rare, but still. It could be because Scarlet and Violet, everything being in the overworld, things don't really seem as, like, rare and interesting in a way. I find the Terra Pokemons to be more interesting, honestly, even though I have never really done with anything with them, indeed. But I find them more interesting. Still, indeed. What are you? But I feel like every Pokemon should be available to you before the last gym. Apart from, like, legendaries, of course, but yeah. I feel like every, as I said, normal Pokemon should be encountered before Elite Four and Champion and everything, but I think, like, before the last gym would be even better. Because, like, surely would there be a way to be getting, like, some of the encounters in Sword and Shield before you go to the victory road of the game? Yeah, but no, really. That's why I'm, as I said, that's one of the reasons why I'm excited for, like, a fully, like, open world game in that, because then you can be getting, like, usually an ice type that is very late game, you can be getting it before the first gym if you would really like to. It's just the only problem is that even though it doesn't make the most amount of sense, like, game-wise and everything, I don't care, first of all. But let there be level scaling. I've talked about it a million times that Scarlet and Violet, they would be a lot better playing games in that if there would be actually, like, level scaling. I've talked about it also before that it could be that, let's say that the starting area is maybe up to level 5, the like, then areas like nearby are 10 max and stuff along those lines, and then, like, slowly but surely be increasing the levels as time goes on, but still keep, like, earlier areas, they are lower. I keep that going on. Because, like, what good does it do when you can be accessing the entire region, basically, but the Pokemons are, like, level 50? I guess what good does it do, indeed? I'm surprised I was able to avoid that. But yeah. But if that happens, then I will be happy with games. It's kind of the same thing I've talked about before, that I find it very understandable again, but very frustrating at the same time, that you can be finding like lower star rating raids after you have, progressed in the story. It's indeed, as I said, understandable, but it is kind of disappointing. Because I will say that sometimes in the lower levels there is definitely quite a good amount of interesting Pokemons that unfortunately are replaced further you go. And for me it's the thing that I rarely do be doing like terror raids and the raids in Sword and Shield either, like before the story has been completed. I do them every once in a while. Maybe I want the XP candies and, be able to level up a little bit faster. But apart from that, no. Nothing else indeed. Also, another thing that I will be saying already in advance, indeed, is that today might be a little bit shorter stream, indeed. I don't really have, nowhere to be, but might be still a little bit on the shorter side. Jeez. Thanks, XU. No. It's breaking the mold again. No. How dare you be breaking the mold? Wasn't anything in there? Hippo. Oh, it's the female kind. Nice. Didn't really mean to run into you, but anyways. Oh no, it's the mold breaking kind. No. Don't be breaking the mold. Rune rig is to be pretty. Don't break it. What are you? It has been very sleepy in the past couple of days indeed. Today she is pretty chill. She wasn't like the entire week and she didn't really know how to be staying still. I think it was because, you know, it was quite warm. Now it is seemingly be getting into, you know, some storms, but do be what it do be. It's just Swablu in the PCG. Still will say, don't understand why Swablu needs to be normal type. It's such a cloud, could have been just beer flying. I don't mind Altaria to be dragon though. That's I'm completely fine with, but Swablu though, I don't really understand why it is so normal about a cloud bird. That seems like pretty interesting to say the least. I think Swablu being dragon would have been too OP though. Oh, there we go. Stretch my legs a little bit. What are you? Oh, you want to drop down? Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, this very normal looking bird cloud. But then again, I feel like it has always been like a situation that there is a bunch of Pokemons that don't really make sense as having like a certain dual typing to them. Like, you know, most of the regional variants, regional birds, people are saying that why are they normal? For most of them I agree on, but for some of them I'm fine with it. Because for example, for me, like the Peachy line is fine for me to be normal flying, but I feel like Fearow and Spearow could have been pure flying though. I've talked about it a bunch of times how nice it would be that there would be some way to be telling apart Peachy and Spearow from each other. I talked about it before that they are look-wise way too similar to each other. Same with Chinese. So it would have been nice if there would have been something more for them that would be differentiating them from one another. So I feel like the most, like, making them feel like they're different Pokemon is that one is 3-stage, one is 2-stage. I would so wish that there would be a Pokemon game someday, even though it's highly unlikely, that it would be having every single, not really not liked, but not as well known Pokemons, you know? Like, imagine if there would be a game for, like, that there would be only Pokemons that are either not that much remembered indeed or are indeed being shadowed by another similar Pokemon. I guess I would quite like that. One way or another give, you know, attention to Pokemons that normally don't get it that much. But then again, I highly doubt it. Unfortunately. But I still will say that I feel like Peachy is kind of losing in its own way, like the factor that it is, in quotes, the better of the earlier outbirds of Kanto. To be fair, I will say that most of the time it was the case that, you know, both Peachy and Spearow were found relatively close to each other, and, you know, both of them were available in the games. So in there, like, they both have been there, like, about the same amount, but I still feel like Spearow and Fearow could have been getting more attention. Hello, EEST, good morning. How are you doing? But yeah. Maybe. It is interesting going to be seeing Spiro gonna be in Legends CA. Because we kind of know that Line is gonna be there. I mean, it's not like it's completely confirmed that every single Mega Evolution is gonna be there, but it's quite likely that that is the case indeed. Because the Mega symbol could be just meaning that there is gonna be new Megas just in, you know, that game. It doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, all the old ones will be back. I will say though, I'm gonna be waiting and seeing what is going to be the thing that people don't like about Legends CA though. Because there is always one. To be fair, it's with any game. It's just I don't know why Pokemon fans like to be complaining an extra bunch, I feel like. But yeah, interesting to see. Still would be wishing that there would be some sort of information about it though. Just so I would be able to know. Could be interesting if they would be doing it in the way that they are informing us like day before like it releases that it's Legends EA is coming out tomorrow or something like that, but I highly doubt that they have done like similar things like that with Pokemons, but they are mostly like just additional content like the Daybreaker for example. Thank you for the follow. Nope. Not adding random people on Discord. It was me. It was one of the ones that wants to be adding me on Discord. Alright, they want that I add them. Because if that's your first message, or one of your first message, you're gone. Well, let's see, is that account created like today? 11 hours ago, yeah. Dude is gonna be removed from Twitch soon. At least it's different message this time around, also ads in soon. It's not the same old message that I see all the time. Yeah! Have a great day at work then. It's Fortress in the PCG. Why didn't the other bot be saying anything? It's doing it again. Fair enough, fair enough. Yo, I got the fortress. Nice. Getting going soon then indeed. I'll be running away soon indeed. Some things to do there. There we go. Let's continue the hunt then indeed. And I will say that if those seem to be an issue that is so like all the time happening, then you know I'll be doing something more about it. It's just like they sometimes are having so unique ones. Be looking at one thing over the next ad break then. One thing in mind that you're looking for, but can't wait. It's not too necessary to be doing right now, thankfully. I mean, if it would be, then you know I would be doing it right now. What if still one thing that I absolutely hate is that when you know food has expire date or best by date depending on what food item it is, which one they are using, and then it's like going bad 2 days prior and you're like, well, that sucks. And then you need to be running the store to be buying something because it was literally the only thing that you did have on the fridge or in the fridge. It's just like, why? I know sometimes it's the fault of that the machine didn't seal things too well. That has happened a few times. I will say though, thankfully in here it is a quite good thing that usually companies are saying if certain food products they need to be returned. For example, there was a situation with eggs recently that a certain batch of eggs they were called, like, said that they called them back, like, you know, the ones that they didn't have on shelves, they did remove them. And then, you know, they did say that if you have any of these, please return them to the store, so you'll be getting a new one. Because, you know, there was risks in there, so they did say that it needs to be returned. But that's very nice. Thankfully, it doesn't happen too often, at least for us, because we don't usually buy too many of things that would be that much of an issue. I mean, high risks of things. Which is nice indeed. I mean, it's not that bad, you know, just don't use it if, like, you know, I start saying that don't use them. You know, I'd rather not be getting sick. I will say though, one thing is a thing indeed that since, for example, like the grocery store, like that place that we like to be going into a bunch, it tracks pretty well who has bought what. You know, for example, we will be getting into an app, we'll be getting our, like, you know, received if we have, like, that thing set up. So they pretty much know who has bought what when, you know? So they could technically be doing, like, specifically, like, for certain customers, they would be only sending, like, message as well. Like, if in the case of, like, there was the bad eggs in, like, a few weeks ago, that if there were people that were buying eggs during that time, they could be, like, be extra careful and, like, send them, like, message as well, even though there probably was quite a good few, but usually when it comes down to eggs in here, they aren't the most local, but they are still, like, pretty local. Like, where like, eggs are from, indeed. And you know, quite a good amount of things in here indeed are I close-ish by, indeed, if they can. First of all, like, it costs less because you don't need to be traveling as far. And the second thing is that, you know, why not? I will say though that most things in here anyways are from, like, Finland, which is a good thing, of course. There is few things, of course, that, you know, we don't use that much in here, and there isn't, like, really a need for too many brands to be doing them specifically in here. So they usually come from somewhere else. Because, like, if there is not that much need, why would Why would we be doing them in here? For example, like noodles are, instant noodles are one of those things indeed that there isn't too many specifically Finnish brands that are doing them. It's mostly they're just like imported from somewhere else. There is always like, you can kind of be thinking that there's always the cheap brand of the store that, you know, there is usually for everything in there. If it's, you know, something that is relatively cheap. So that's good indeed. I like local things, but I will also say that I don't specifically go my way to be getting one locally if it's super expensive. Also, PCG spawn coming in soon. There's a need arena in the PCG. Okay. Let's run away then. What are you? We'll see indeed. Also, I'm pretty glad as well how much in here, like, people are willing to be buying foods that are about to be going bad, or it's their, like, used by Best Buy expire day that day, or the next day. But it's mostly thanks to that stores have started to be doing, like, they are 30 to 60% off. Because they just don't want to be throwing them away. Also, I got the need arena. Nice. Because I know that at least, not every single thing, but quite a good amount of, like, soon to be going bad foods and drinks and water, whatever things along those lines, they are put into, like, a place that are, like, giving them to the less fortunate ones. Mostly just if people can't be affording, like, groceries, they can be going ahead and, like, I think, depending on the situation, I think it's once a week or something like that. Which is very nice. They are usually indeed the kinds of foods that are about to be going bad, but I mean, it's still, like, nice. You know, less food waste is better, because, you know, then we are for sure like just destroying things for no good use. But yeah, it do be what it do be. Indeed. I will say though that honestly I didn't know how many of those things did exist in here. Like the places that indeed that those less fortunate had like can be going indeed. But I'm glad that they exist though. Like, you know, it was kind of a thing that I knew that they were like things are good in here, but I didn't know that those kinds of things did exist because they weren't like talked about at all in school. I mean, is it too necessary? Not really, but I mean, would it really be hurting on the other hand? Maybe. Maybe it would, I don't know, but... Eh. I know that there is things like soup kitchens in here, but I also have never ever seen one. I have heard like there like has been nearby like situations that there is like places that are, you know, keep like having one of those situations for like a day or two, or for like something like that. But yeah, I don't know. Speaking of soup, soup is still one of those things that I absolutely hated as a kid. I still kind of hate soup though for one reason, and it's because it's always the best once you're about to be done with it. You know, the temperature is the best. I guess, you know, you can't be letting it cool too much before you start eating because then it's gonna be too cold, but you know, if you eat it too hot, you're gonna be burning your tongue. I guess should be like that. But yeah. It do be what it do be indeed. I hate it so much, by the way, that there is some hunts that I really want to be doing, but I would really need to be doing a bunch of like preparations for them. Or I need to be bothered to be switching the time on Switch in this case. There's few hunts in mind that I would like to be doing. Talking about curry hunt that I want to be doing one of those, and I have just technically started it. I want to be doing few curry hunts, I feel like. Really want to do indeed. But this is unfortunately one of those things that I can only be... at least I feel like I can only be doing a certain amount of time indeed at a time, because it's not the most exciting hunting method, and like at the same time it doesn't require that much attention, but it requires enough attention so you can be just zoning out and doing something else. Maybe you could be doing a soft reset hunt at the same time, but that's about the extent that I can be imagining myself be doing for a curry hunt. It's just because you need to be, you know, pressing buttons, you need to be moving your controller and, you know, stuff along those lines. It's one of those annoying situations, like, or in, like, before PDSB, like Poke Radar hunting, that since the patches don't stay there forever, like, you know, they are not there forever indeed, that it is kind of annoying because, you know, you need to be paying close attention. Indeed. It's not that bad, but I will say that even though I haven't done it myself, but I've seen other people be doing it, it is kind of annoying to be seeing in, especially if it's a snowy route, the sparkles from the Poke Radar. And the worst thing is that you need to be remembering exactly where it is. You need to indeed. And I will still say, even though, like, when I will be doing my next PDSB Poke Radar hunt that I actually do a chain for, I will be going to like 40. I don't care that it's not the optimal way of going. I just feel like, even though it is frustrating that, you know, chain breaks, it is kind of the idea of it. It's kind of the same thing as, you know, losing a Pokemon in Great Marsh or Safari Zone. It's part of the thing. Also, PCGs on coming in. It's an E. Don't mind if I do. Catch a one. It's cool. What are you? Doobie, what a doobie indeed. Another thing that I would like to do at some point is text nav. But the problem is for that I don't really have any save files in those games that, you know, it's available in. That is a whole 2 games. No. Evie escaped. How dare you be so rude? To be fair, I think for me it's the case that that I would like to indeed be doing. At some point I want to be like testing out every single method. I guess why not? Guess why not indeed? You know, in Sword and Shield, I want to be doing specifically a hunt that I'm gonna be, you know, doing the KOing method. And KO the whatever amount I want, and KO the whatever amount I want indeed, and then be only encountering the aura ones after that. I've talked about it plenty of times that I want to do that. I have done already SOS a long time ago, but most likely I will be doing it at some point again. As I said, there's few like rare targets that I'd like to absolutely be going for. Just because I can. Then there is... I suppose the Ultra Wormhole, specifically the non-legendary ones in the... or Ultra Beast ones. In Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Then there is the... There's indeed Dex Nav, Chain Fishing. Chain Fishing I've technically done, but I would like to be doing it again. It is very limiting, of course, on the options, but I would still like to be trying it out, you know. Train Safari, I don't know. Train Safari is a hassle nowadays, as you know. It's such a hassle indeed. Gen 5, I suppose one of the only things that there is like if you use the lucky power like thing. Yeah, it's one of the only ways that you can be increasing your odds. There's Shiny Charm and Masuda, but you know, those are quite normal things, but there unfortunately isn't really anything. Gen 4, maybe I do Pokeradar then as well. I guess it's kind of the only thing. Indeed. For Gen 3 there literally is nothing. For Gen 2 there is both Odd Egg and the Shiny Parent thing. Both are egg related, funnily enough. But Odd Egg will be part of whenever I will be getting into that point in the next several years, because I have not done Articuno on Gen 1 in ages. Will be done then. Yeah, it's kind of a hunt that I would like to be going back to, but that's the good thing, that, you know, what I do with my shiny hunts, that if I don't feel like doing a hunt, I'm not going to. I'm willing to be waiting forever until I feel like doing the hunt. But it's definitely a hunt that I could be tackling on if I don't have anything else going on, indeed. It do be. Hello, your mask. But yeah. We'll see, we'll see. Might be the random encounter. Oh, hello, silly cobra. Hello, silly cobra, indeed. But yeah, it is definitely the thing, indeed. I still don't know, do I want to be doing it or not, but it is kind of tempting to be getting through Odd Egg at some point every single one possible. Plus their evos. Some are definitely more tedious than others. Some of them will be indeed. And it could be one of those situations where I will be making exception to the thing that I don't like to be transferring Pokemons into other games. But we'll see. We'll see. If or when we get there, indeed. I would like to say that we get there at some point, but the true question is when, indeed. Thankfully, I most likely will be having quite a good amount of time to be hunting things, indeed. Don't really see or know a reason why that wouldn't be a thing, indeed. Ooh, just a mask. Okay. We'll see, we'll see. I probably should be making a list about all the hunts that I want to be doing. But it's way too many. And I probably will be forgetting some of them anyways. The only problem is, for me, that I really want to be doing... At least in 2 games, I want to be hunting down every single unknown. Maybe a 3rd one. Because I at least want to be doing it on... my Soul Silver. And I'm pretty sure in Brilliant Diamond, specifically, are the games. Then, I don't know, Arceus is kind of tempting, you know? It will probably be going in a way that... It'll be probably be going in a way that the... Soul Silver one I'll be doing on my own. And PDSP one I will be doing, you know, on stream. That's kind of my thought process behind it, indeed. Hello, Axu. Yeah. I thought you would be encountered. But yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Because as I said, I want to be having the hunts that I do on my own and have hunts that I do on stream separate, indeed. But it's just nicer that way. As I said, one of the only exceptions may or may not be is Authentic Sinisty Hunch. But we'll see when we get there. If I do them on my own, I do them on my own. Also PCG spawn coming in soon. Oh, Goomy. Goomy little fellow. I should be having fewer heal balls. When you get it in the heal ball. You know what I mean, if you're escaping. I don't care that heal ball is in an optimal Pokeball to be capturing it in. I want to be capturing it in a heal ball. which is still, I think, one of my favorite Pokeballs. Don't know why. It's just it's pretty. I don't care for the secondary effect at all, but it's just pretty. Because especially like nowadays in Pokemon, things are going to PC and they will be healed. So you know, it doesn't really matter that much. Rude. Does that mean that I'm not gonna be getting Alpha Gudra this week either? Oh yeah. I honestly don't know why I started to be liking Heal Ball as much as I did. It's just is cool. It's one of those Pokeballs that it's definitely not that easy to be getting access to in older games. A lot easier now. Also, speaking of things not to be too easy to be getting in games, is that I didn't know before I watched the Dominations, or whoever one it is, Dominator numbers, that I didn't know after or before I did watch his video when he did catch every single Gen 8 Pokemon on the Pokeball. That I didn't know that you can be getting the different all creamy like sweets through Cramomatic. To be fair, I have not really looked into Cramomatic at all, but I didn't know that it was a thing. It was an Exio. I wasn't too sure because I didn't see that much, but it's breaking the mold once again. What do you? You know, you learn something new every day indeed. It is quite nice that even to like today, people are making like heights to older Pokemon games if either they feel like there isn't a good enough or up to date one. Or at all one. I like it indeed. Leave it there for now. Napalm. Interesting. Sure. Sure indeed. I'll be going ahead and checking one thing real quickly, if I can be. The bomb got away. Let's run away then. Look. Yeah, I didn't find anything. I'll look more closely to them after stream then today. No. Just write it down. I'm marking it down. What I want to do. Unfortunately, I'm gonna be finding it right now, so I'm gonna be checking out if one thing can be found. Indeed. If it is a thing, I'll definitely will be putting it on. If not, then no, indeed. I don't know if it's a thing, indeed. You decide to spawn in there, Heliop tile. I'm gonna close that down. But yep. Weird indeed. No, your mask. Alright, let's run away from you. We need to be attempting to be catching. Need more. I would like to see a little bit more of the fire types though. To be getting that chimchar. Not that many, but you know, a few more maybe. A few more indeed. But yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that you be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something. But as always, remember progress is progress no matter what. You just do the amount that you can today and then do more another day indeed. As I like to say, indeed, it is the case that thankfully most shinies you don't need to be hunting in specifically on those days, and there usually is another way to be getting it at some point. So yeah. We'll see, we'll see. It seems like we are gonna be in this patch of grass for quite some time then, because the dudes are not really disappearing. I don't mind it by any means, it's just kind of surprising. Because usually I will be moving quite quickly. There we go. Didn't really mean to run into your bottom. It happens indeed. Yes, indeed. They need to be making some game at some point where the Pokemons are absolutely huge, so no matter what Pokemon it is, you can be seeing it. And it would be like up to scale, like something like Choldic would be looking big, but like something like Wailord would be like the entire game. That would be certainly interesting, to say the least. Do you imagine that? A Pokemon game where everything is large. Kind of the closest things that we could be getting is that if in Arceus, you know, there's a bunch of alphas, but that's about it then. But Arceus isn't like that true to the size of the Pokemon anyways. Which I don't mind. I like the thing that, you know, Scarlet and Violet are like actually the size that they are supposed to be, or at least close to. But at the same time, there is its own problems. As I said, you don't really see the Pokemons. And like that's the main thing, honestly, but it's still annoying, you know? So, you know, I would absolutely love to if indeed it would be the case that they don't need to be massive, but it would be hilarious. I'll like go back to like what they were in the older games. Or just, you know, they can be like, you know, up to the scale that they are supposed to be, and but like times it by something, and then, you know, make everything bigger but the same amount, you know. So let's say that Choldic would be 2 times bigger, then make indeed everything 2 times bigger. I will say that it would absolutely be filling your screen very quickly, but what if? It would be quite funny, and you know, as I said, I don't think that you would be accidentally running into too many Pokemons. I don't think so, indeed. So you could be seeing so many of them so far away. Might be running into that Axew. Which would be kind of a shame if I would be doing that. Oh, rude. You need to be giving me more time to think, game. There is PCG spawn coming in indeed. It's a fungus. A fungus. Wouldn't like to be getting a fungus. See, well, the fungus speak hard. By anyone. Yep. Well, see, we'll see. Be soon really revealed indeed. No, the fungus escaped. Rude. Being unfortunately unlucky today, I see. Buddy. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking still about like making Pokemon's ridiculously big so you can be easily seeing them. I suppose it could be fixed just by making the making it somehow that no matter what, the Pokemon will be standing out from the grass. That could also be working. So it doesn't necessarily need to be, you know... Doesn't necessarily need to be indeed bigger, but, you know... Have something. I know that it's most likely gonna be then, like, it doesn't look good and stuff, but... Sometimes I would just like that Pokemons are easier to see, you know, in the tall grass, in something like Scarlet and Violet. Or like made into as an option, so if you want to have it on, you can. If you don't, then you know, you don't need to. So we could be having that indeed. And that could be kind of interesting indeed. I think before the hour is over, we will be hitting 4K on the... on Brooklet Hill indeed. soon starting to be sunset time indeed then. The water is turning colors and soon will be seen. Did I do it correctly? Don't know, both of them will be having sunset time around the same time. Did I try to, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. This is kind of a good thing because then, like, not really half and half will be, you know, nighttime, daytime encounters, but it is very close. And, you know, I just, even though it doesn't make a difference in Sword and Shield, I just like the nighttime hunts usually more than daytime hunts. I don't know what it is. They look prettier to me, I suppose. It do be indeed. Also, it means that since it's soon sunset time, it means that in Alola it will be raining for an hour. Oh, I didn't mean to run into you. I was already running away, but of course, you know, things takes a little while for things to be actually there. Also, I'll be hitting 3k soon, I didn't even realize that. 3k soon indeed with the Yamask hunt. I suppose because I'm more interested in hitting the odds in the Bruglet Hill, so I'm more looking forward to that. There we go, 3k has been reached in the Yamask hunt indeed. If of course, as usual, it's the case that I haven't missed out on encounters or added too many because, you know, human error is there always as an option. Indeed. To be indeed. Well, about a minute left indeed. until it should be hitting sunset chime in both games. As I said, raining in Alola is the way that it goes indeed. Getting into the kind of pretty colors. It's not as pretty in this game in Sword and Shield, but it's still pretty indeed. Still pretty indeed. Be raining there, so one game has hit sunset chime indeed. Hello, you mask. But yeah, if it's correct, okay, yeah, I did put it in correctly. It should be an hour more. Well, it doesn't really matter. You put it in correctly indeed, but yeah, happens. I thought it put it by 2, but I guess I put it only by 1. But thankfully indeed it's not that big of a deal. And also it could be that I just misremember when the sunset chime starts. Always a possibility. Well then I suppose we'll be having a situation that in one game sunset chime ends and in the other one it starts. That works as well indeed. Is it a random one? No. My random one did go away already. ECG spawns coming in soon indeed. It is a Paris. Paris indeed. If anyone is interested indeed. The vanilla guy. Probably need to be soon be buying more Pokeballs then. I'm soonish gonna be out of them indeed. I suppose one thing that I have never really realized that, it is true is that Sword and Shield and, any earlier games mostly are pretty chill games to be hunting in. I don't think that I like Sword and Shield specifically for that, I just like Sword and Shield anyways. So rude, Paras got away. No. How dare you? But yeah. It is indeed true that a pretty chill games to be hunting in indeed. You don't need to be afraid that you're gonna be attacked in Legends Arceus, or you don't need to be looking too closely in Scarlet and Violet. Even though I will say that much that as I said, I don't really care if I have missed a Shining Scarlet and Violet. I have missed a Shining Scarlet and Violet. It is what it is indeed. It's not by any means the end of the world to me, because, as I like to say, I can always hunt it another time, and I can always be reclaiming it if I want to, yeah. There is 4k hit indeed in the Brooklet Hill. 96 more to go to be hitting odds. Which will be reached indeed today. Would like to say in the next hour or so, if not sooner. Yeah, it is the case though that indeed that if I will be going in these hunts long enough, Mask hunt will be in higher numbers than the Brooklet Hill hunt is. Because it is unfortunately the case that I am indeed not by that much, but I'm able to be doing more encounters in Sword compared to Ultra Sun indeed. But as I said before, it is kind of expected indeed that would be the case. Oh. Once again, surprised that it didn't go away and go hiding indeed. I usually like to indeed. Let's continue on indeed. Hello, Axio. Nice seeing you around here. To be indeed. Time to respawn them then, indeed. I'm getting quite a good amount of encounters compared to Sword in Ultrasun, indeed. Let's see how long that lasts today. It would be kind of cool if Ultrasun would be only like 100 behind, but it's more likely than not to be 200 behind indeed. But technically a possibility. Okay. Are you gonna be up to today, I wonder? What's the cat up to today? It was pretty warm in the balcony this morning, so I was quite surprised that I didn't find cat to be there. But maybe, you know, too warm for, you know, cat to be enjoying herself there. It's always a possibility. Because our cat is quite picky on the warm weather indeed. Like, she wants to be like under, well, not under, but you know, on the path where like cool air is flowing. But the problem is that she doesn't really like how it feels because it's usually like too strong. But you know, the thing is that they can only be going so slow. She doesn't really mind the sound, which is good. Guess that would be kind of annoying if she wouldn't like the sound indeed. I don't even think that she really cared when we did first get this bigger one, indeed. Honestly, if you ask me, the older ones, they make even more noise, but they make different noises, so it's hard to be comparing them. It's hard to be comparing them, indeed. More Axios. Even more Axios. They want to be encountered. Thanks. I was again almost able to do something there. But that's indeed why you should be having Ghost type or a Pokemon with Smoke Ball in front. I kinda recommend the Ghost type because... I mean, it's not like this place, I won't be having any Pokemon with Frisk or anything like that, but still. What do you? It do be what it do be. I still feel like one of the stupidest things ever is that Frisk tells you... Frisk tells you if Shashian or Samazenta is holding onto their like signature like item, more or less. When, you know, you can be seeing it based on what it looks like. So, like, I understand that, you know, Frisk to be telling you what item is that you're holding, but it's like, why? Kind of situation. Why is it the case? It doesn't make too much sense, but it do be a thing, I suppose. Of course. A mask. I don't know. The problem is that I probably should be bothered, but I also can't really be bothered to be getting a Trevenant with not Harvest. Yeah, Harvest is the ability. Because, you know, the one that I usually do be running indeed is an Alolan Executor with Harvest. Because we know that would be then getting rid of me from needing to be having Smoke Ball indeed. ECG spawn coming in soon. It's a Carablast in the VCG if you are interested indeed. Oh, silly Cobra. Oh, silly Cobra, how are you doing? I was about to say, I thought I heard a mask cry there indeed, and I did. Will I catch that? Carablast. I still will say, I got it, nice. I still will be blaming Carablast for one thing. That is, I suppose, a good thing, but I still will be blaming it for giving me a shiny Shelmet, because I was looking for a Carablast, because, you know, they are like, one is more common in one game, the other one is more common on the other. And, you know, Shelmet was the more common one in my game. Because before that point I didn't have a DLC at that point. I wanted to find a Carablast indeed, so yeah, was looking for a Carablast and a nice yellow Shelmet. Oh, funny moments indeed. So long time ago that indeed. Way before I started even streaming, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was way before I started even streaming. I mean, I can be checking, I have the game in easy access, so let's see. How am I specifically in that box? At most random ass. Yeah, it was not that much before I started streaming, but was still. I was in a random box. Oh, now I know I was in a random box in there. Because I traded the fossils. That's why. I was like, why am I like so late into the decks? Oh yeah, that's the reason why. I guess I traded the fossils from that game to this game, so I don't need to be seeing every single reset. I don't need to be seeing the Pokédex entry thing. I, by the way, hate how all those messages can be, because that Lunala raid that I have done there, it's all like 1.5 weeks ago or something like that. They're so ridiculously old. And I suppose nothing else interesting has happened, but still. Oh, yet another boosted mask. Nice. Could you game please not be giving me these unescapable situations this often with Duck Trio in this specific spot? Like, this specific spot has been very much of a troublemaker this today. I mean, this day is, I suppose, correct as well, but today is usual use. But yeah. Jeez. I mean, I don't mind it, but what is going on? What's going on indeed? I didn't remember that the Yamper that I did get a long time ago, that was that long time ago. It was also before I started streaming as well. I just remember it quite well still. Happens. It is unfortunately the case, like, when you have found quite a good amount of shinies, one of them will be forgotten. As nice as it would be to be remembering every single one of them, they will be indeed the ones that will be forgotten. And it do be what it do be indeed. No. You're gonna be going ahead and eating something then, or... It's interesting thing that happened with the grass there. Did the Duck Trio try to be getting there or something? It certainly looked interesting, not gonna lie. Certainly did. Indeed. We'll be having yet another break indeed in soon. As usual, about 3 minutes of a break indeed. For which time still be stopping the hunting indeed, so in the case that I find a shiny you will not be missing it. I'll ask you that is definitely gonna be easy to be avoiding, and I definitely will not be running into it or anything like that. Nah, couldn't be me. I never accidentally encounter anything. But you know, things happen, of course. Things happen indeed. I'm gonna be doing maybe 2 more encounters in Ultra Sun, and then we'll be having the break indeed. And however many it is indeed in the... However many it is indeed in the sword is another question. Nope. Already has been 2 hours. It already has been, yeah. It already has been indeed 2 hours. 2 hours, 3 hours. Some good days they do be going by faster than others. They do be indeed. I'll leave these games into these encounters, then we'll be continuing once the break is over indeed. Be doing that. And that. Hmm? So there's the BCG indeed. If anyone is indeed interested in one. Drillbur escaped. How dare Drillbur be like that? That's so very rude of what the Drillbur to be doing. He's checking one thing real quickly then. I'll be getting going. Shouldn't be taking too long, thankfully, to be checking it out. Run away already. It's another Yamask that might be running into me. I think it is. Or no, it decided no. It decided not to be encountering me indeed. I see how things are. There we go. Let's continue then. I'm gonna encounter the Maractus first here. I guess it's the furthest away. Those I feel like are the smartest ones to be going for first indeed. Interesting to be seeing is the cat gonna be yelling or not, because my boyfriend did go to the store indeed. So we got our car back since, as I said, today was the day that they wanted to be repainting the parking lot. More specifically, you know, where you're supposed to be parking. But, you know. Repainting them indeed. We got the encounter there. Nice. Ooh, hello. Let's see if there's anything interesting happening in Pokemon Go. Yugular starters, but that's it then. Oh, another Maractus. Let's get away from there. Actually, looks like quite a regular dude indeed. Poliwag. In the middle there is a Duck Trio. Try to be avoiding that then, as best as I can, of course. See how well that goes then. Another Maractus. Nice. Definitely one of the goofiest Pokemons. I like it. Said it a million times, but I think that there should always be a bunch of goofy Pokemons for every like serious one indeed. Because what's the fun if there is not goofy Pokemons indeed? Let's get going then. There was something on my screen there. Yeah, I don't really, as I said, I don't really know what is gonna be today's endpoint, because we are indeed soon gonna be hitting the odds indeed in Brooklet Hill, in the Ultra Sun specifically, even though it doesn't matter. We're doing that indeed, so we'll see, we'll see. Buddy. I mean, basically at this point, no matter what, I will be hitting odds as well. As I said, next time that I'll be doing these in Yamask. Since, you know, I'll be doing it in Brooklyn Hill today, indeed. 3,500 would be nice to be hitting, but it might be a little bit of a stretch, because... No, I'm not gonna be going too much over 6 hours at least. I said it plenty of times, it's mostly the reason because my camera is turning off usually at 6.5 hour mark, so... If I'm not planning on going long, then I don't want to be doing anything like that indeed. And there's like some situations that, you know, maybe sometimes Safari Week wants it to go longer, or, you know, Fossil Week. It's not, as I said, it's not hard to be fixing, but at the same time it is a little unnecessary for a short time, you know. It do be, but it do be indeed. And I don't think that there is really anything too much that I can be doing to, in quotes, fix it, because it's, as I said, it's not like it is overheating, because if it would be overheating, the thing would be that it would be doing it more than it would be requiring to, you know, cool down, but I can immediately just start it. And as I said, the camera itself doesn't turn off, so I just feel like it's something to do that maybe the program that, you know, is open on the background after like 6.5 hours, it's just, you know, would need to be, again, the 6.5 hours, it wouldn't need to be like checked, because otherwise it's gonna be turning into like sleep mode. I don't know, I'm not really a camera expert, unfortunately. It's not really my thing. I don't mind it and I understand quite a good amount of things, but it's still not like my thing. Camera specifically. Could be because, like, I wasn't the one that was taking a lot of pictures with, like, you know, old school cameras. I only really started to be taking pictures myself once, you know, smartphones were a thing and, you know, cameras were quite good on phones. And I still don't do it too much. I don't know. I've said it a million times that I think, for me, I would like to record something rather than be taking pictures. I know, each to their own, of course. If you like be taking pictures, you like be taking pictures indeed. Yes, that. I know, not my thing. There's a PCG spawn coming in as well. It's a Badu. There is a Badu in there. I caught a Roselia, I think. Quite sure on that. I don't have Badu. Indeed. What do you... to encounter that because you have the aura. I probably will be missing some of the dog trios that will be having the aura because, you know, they do be liking to be disappearing. Also, I got the Badu. Nice. I got a Badu. I will say though, even though, you know, I of course know that, you know, it's not possible to be getting, you know, overworld shinies in this game. Another thing in the edge. Sometimes the color of your mask's eye is not as purple. Doesn't necessarily look like it's shiny, like the blue, but it looks different. It looks different indeed. But yeah, soonish it's gonna be fully nighttime on Ultra Sun indeed, which means indeed that we are soon gonna be not seeing any more of the Dew Biters. They are gonna be replaced by Surskates instead. Since they do be doing switching the water box around indeed. The watery box. I thought that I could be encountering this while I'm at it because it's so close by anyways, so it doesn't really hurt. I suppose it's technically a lot less waiting time as well. Ooh, use the mask. Nice. Oh, two Maractus. Will one of them be a little bit more pink? Would be nice. Would be nice for sure. if one of them would be. Unfortunately, no. Also, it seems like it's gonna be taking a little bit more than an hour indeed to be hitting the odds in there, but it's fine. I was just thinking that it would be taking only like about an hour. What happens? I mean, you never know if I all of a sudden can be like, getting million encounters in 1 second. I highly doubt that, but you know, you could be lucky and, you know, every step kind of will be, you know, an encounter. I don't think that I have ever seen that be happening, that like if you would be going through a pass, if you would be going into a patch of grass, that like every single one of the tiles that you walk into would be an encounter. It's technically possible. And it's easier to be like saying it's the case in an older game, because then in the older games, it's the situation that in the older games it's the situation that indeed the like the batches are like more refined, like this is this part and everything along those lines. PTSD is the only, like, I feel like newer Pokemon game that you could be doing that. Firstly, because you can be moving just with your D-pad, and second of all, it is in the same crit system as the original Sinnoh games were indeed. What are you far from that? There isn't too many recent ones that you could be easily doing it for, but I suppose it would be kind of an achievement on its own to be getting an encounter in every single patch of grass that you go through. Like, without, like, increasing the likelihood of random encounters by a lot. Because, you know, if the chances are higher, then, you know, it's more likely, but I would be okay with something like Illuminate or White Fluid. Because still in those situations you'll be sometimes going for quite some time without getting encounters. But yeah. It would be interesting to see if someone would be doing that, you know. Getting an encounter in every single tile that you go through. In like a patch of grass. Not in all of the game, because that would be kind of impossible. It's not impossible, but it is kind of impossible. Most likely an Axew, right? Yeah. That's probably a Duck Trio. What are you? That might be the last tube biter that we'll be seeing today, because it is indeed 6 p.m. So it most likely was indeed, and this is the sunset encounter indeed. Is it first thing Surskit? No, Poliwag. Well, it's probably not gonna be taking more than a minute or two to be getting a Surskit encounter there indeed. They are usually found quite fast. You don't usually like to be hiding for that long indeed. I think the game doesn't want to be giving me a Surskit, because I did say that it usually doesn't take too long to be finding one, because, you know, as I said previously, yes. As I said before, never say to the game that you're looking for something, because then you're not getting it. You should just be quietly wanting it, you know. It's getting a little ridiculous, but anyways. Soon Psyduck will be appearing before the Surskit will. It's just all Poliwags. I see. Even more Poliwags. More. There is a PCG spawn coming in indeed. There is the Surskit. It's a Lombre. Sure. Why not? Don't think that I would be having any net balls anyways. Yeah, no. Surprisingly, the special Pokeball that I have the most is Premier Ball, because, you know, it's kind of the easiest one to be getting, I feel like. I feel like that indeed. That it's the case. Ombre escaped. Oh no. I will say both Lombre and Nuzleaf are, in my opinion, kind of weirdly common second stages. Like, it's not that uncommon to be hearing, like, second chases are, like, nowadays common, but, like, back in the day, it was kind of rare to be seeing that many second stages. And, like, they were kind of the ones that, like, they are relatively early on as well. Like, if you, like, say something like Geodude. Geodude takes quite a long time to be switching into Graveler. But you know, it do be what it do be. It do be what it do be indeed. I'm having a poker. The Rotom Lotto thing already, I see. Probably has been. I have been having it for a long time. I just unfortunately don't really interact with the dude that often. Certainly be there indeed. There. At least once the Surskits decide that they are gonna be appearing, they have been appearing a decent amount indeed. It's which is quite nice indeed. Beep. You know what I'm glad about, even though it rarely happens to me, is that Ultrasun hasn't been crashing. Because there was a time that Ultrasun did crash like a lot. I don't really know why it did. I guess why would I be knowing why it did do that indeed. But it's just like did do it a bunch, and I mean I'm glad that it stopped, but I wonder like what caused the issue there. You know, it's one of those situations that, like, I haven't done anything, but it just works. You know, I like to be knowing if that thing can be avoided, so, you know, doesn't happen in the future, but if the game or the system doesn't really tell me a reason, then I don't really know. Indeed. I know in some situations in the older games specifically, I don't think it was really that big of a problem in the 3DS games, but like in the DS games it was at least an issue that if it was like a physical cartridge, it was quite bound to, if you are moving it a bunch, to be, you know, disconnecting. It's countless examples of that indeed. Countless indeed. But not that many more encounters to go, and then we'll be hitting indeed the odds in Bruglet Hill indeed. Oh, hello. A boosted. Boosted little fella indeed. I'm surprised that I didn't encounter that duck trio there. Very surprised indeed. I feel like it has been ages since I've been Simp Psyduck. And again, it's not like it's the rarer of the tree to be found or anything. It couldn't be like that. It is indeed like that. At least, if I remember correctly, that the Psyduck is in the Brookland Hill team. Only common one. It's still pretty commonly there, but it's still the one that should be showing itself the least. Indeed. There's a PCG spawn coming in indeed. Armaldo. Ooh. A whole Armaldo. There we go. Indeed. It is over odds. Brookland Hill. It will be. But yep. Indeed, as usual, I do be appreciating you being here, of course, but if you need to be taking a break, take a break then indeed. It's something to drink, so it's something to eat. Go for a little bit of a walk if it is indeed necessary. Do that indeed. And of course, if you need places to be, then go ahead and do them indeed. Always welcome back once they are done indeed. For me, it's more important that you do the more important things of life first, then come and watch the stream when you can indeed. I don't know. It's not that far-fetched, like, because I was talking about that I would be like into be hitting 3,500 on the thing, I think, called the mask. It's not that far-fetched, actually. And if, like, of course the luck continues on, then it's gonna be done in 2 more hours, more or less. Indeed, but we'll see, of course. We'll see. It isn't that far-fetched, I see. Always love when plans more or less do be going according to the plan, indeed. But as I like to say, of course, there is always a chance that a shiny will be ruining it. So always that's a chance indeed. Was able to escape them indeed. so close at the Doctrios once again. But then again, I suppose it kind of balances it out once, you know, sometimes you're encountering something even though you shouldn't, but sometimes you're encountering some things even though you should. Indeed. It's definitely how I meant to say it. I'm not gonna be even correcting myself. We're all with it this time. We're all with it indeed. Still not escaping this place, I see. Interesting, the game wants me to be staying in here. And once I of course will be jumping down, then there's gonna be a mask. I accidentally be doing that indeed. Speaking of your mask, here is one. Well, yeah, soon-ish, yet another hour has passed indeed, which means once again that we're gonna be having another break indeed. We will indeed. As it is indeed the case, breaks are indeed a good time to be taking breaks yourself, get something to drink, something to eat if it is necessary, or now go for a little bit of a walks, stretch abouts and stuff, indeed, whatever it feels like it's necessary. It's good to be taking a little bit of a break every once in a while, indeed. Need to be. Still not leaving this place. Jeez. Like the second time around that this exact spot has been taking an age, taking ages, yes, taking ages to be getting getting in quotes out of indeed. I mean, it's nice that I don't need to be switching a spot, I suppose, but I don't mind to be seeing a little bit of the other side of the route that I see. You know, I see so much of this route. Every single time. this. Will I ever be able to leave this spot? Or will I be forever in here? Because it's starting to feel like a little bit that I'm forever stuck in this specific spot. There we go. Okay, it's all helioptiles in here. Any of them red? Maybe, maybe. One of them is. One of them will be someday. Because, you know, I will be hunting a helioptile at some point. As I said previously, it is unfortunately the case that Heliolisk is a lot easier to be hunting than Helioptile. But it is what it is. Be getting one more encounter in Ultrasun indeed for the Brooklet Hill, and then I'll be doing probably only one more in the Sword as well. There we go, we leave it there for now. We continue after the break is done. Also PCG spawn coming in indeed. So meow. A funny little cat indeed. No, the Meowth escaped. Rude. Oh. Getting going soon then indeed. Ooh, stray away. Another your mask. Let's go. You love to see that. Oh. Ooh, that's nice. Yep. Hmm. I know it's not as big of a thing anymore as it used to be, but I remember, like, back in the day when you were watching something, like, kind of like when autoplay on YouTube was introduced. I remember that you were, like, you were watching like one kind of video and then all of a sudden like another one like completely opposite of it will be like playing. And then you're like, huh? What's going on? But it do be what it do be, but it was certainly something. Also, I love when in any sort of platform that I'm using and when I'm using a playlist and then all of a sudden the playlist is no longer working, it just like breaks. And then you're like, I wanted to be watching, you know, this in order, or like listen to this in this order or something like that, and that's why I am on the playlist. But then it's like, nah. And it's just, for whatever reason, let's just start playing something completely random. Because that makes sense. That makes very much sense indeed. And I don't know, the thing is as well, like playlists on, as I said, in all kinds of platforms, they used to work very well. So I don't really understand what has happened and why are they so broken nowadays. Because I would like to know the reason, because if I can personally be doing something about like playlists being broken, I would absolutely love to be doing something for it indeed. But unfortunately there really isn't a way indeed. You know, it's one of those kind of situations that you would absolutely love to be doing something about something, but then you just physically can't, and it just bothers you so much. Even though it is something like that that is literally out of your control, but you're still very annoyed that you can't be doing anything. And you're like, oh, cool. I didn't want this anyways. Ooh, boosted. Good once again. Nice. freeze them indeed. Oh yeah, by the way, I can't be waiting. I mean, it has already started, but I can't be waiting when I see even more of the things that, you know, I couldn't be caring less about myself, which is like fall slash Halloween, you know, things on social media. Oh boy. Because it's just like my thing, like, I don't mind them, they can be there, but it's just like, if I'm just watching, you know, normal, regular things, I would like to just see normal, regular things and not just everything being seasonal things. Because I will say that much that I don't care. It's has never really been Halloween in general hasn't really been a big thing for me. And probably will never be indeed. Maybe it will someday, but I don't really care. It's a silly time of year for sure, and I'm quite glad that I don't see too much like over-the-board decorations. They are beautiful, but at the same time I don't really want to be living next to one. It's same thing with Christmas decorations, that I don't want to be living next to a person that does like crazy Christmas decorations outside. Because especially in the middle of the winter, when, you know, someone has very bright lights going outside 24/7, it can be getting through your windows, even if you would be having good enough, like, you know, everything in between you and the lights. And my reason why I don't want to be doing that is because it's just a waste of money, in my opinion, to be having big decorations. And the other thing is that right now I can't even be doing that, but I don't think that I would be too big of a fan. Maybe like few like lights, but they would most likely be like either every like all year round lights, because I'm too lazy to be taking them off, or they will be winter ones in general. But yeah. Each to their own though, as usual, but not personally the biggest a fan. Can't wait to see, even though they are already a thing, but even more, you know, Halloween things in stores. And seeing how big of displays they will be getting. It's kind of a mystery from year to year. Some years it's very big, some years it's very small. Even if you are like, you know, going into the same exact store. Like we are most of the time going to the same store indeed. Because why necessarily be going far away if you don't need to? I mean, it would be a different story if you absolutely hated that store that is nearby, I suppose. I say it's few stores, even though most stores are, you know, okay-ish layout-wise, but some stores, you know, they just aren't for you layout-wise. But they are in here mostly built like similar-ish. So it's pretty easy to be navigating in every single one of them indeed. Oh. Trio. But I still do be hoping that you're having a good day today. And if not, hopefully it can be getting better indeed. Still having quite a fine day myself indeed. Also PCG spawn coming in soon. To Porygon 2. Cool. Like better Pokeballs for it or something. Not really. It's still probably my favorite Porygon. Porygon 2 indeed. A whole Porygon 2 indeed. It's insane. There isn't too many games that Porygon 2 is available in the wild indeed. Let's see then. Did I capture it or did it run away? I wouldn't be too surprised if it does run away. It's Porygon 2, I'm throwing a Pokeball at it. Yeah. It's kind of what I thought would be happening indeed. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like today there has been too many situations going on that, either catch or miss missions going on. It's been so far, I think, only that one smooch that I did unfortunately catch, but I suppose it do be what it do be. I'd like to see maybe a little bit more though. Maybe the next one would be quite funny. Summoning a psychic type or a fire type indeed. Two types that you kind of need. One to be catching, one to be missing. Indeed. Let's get out of there then, because it's kind of annoying with those dudes over there. Hopefully they will be replaced. At least a little bit. Nice. Seems to be the case indeed. Stretch my legs real quickly. There we go. A little bit better indeed. Hello, Maractus. I was also kind of thinking, even though it might be a little far-fetched as well, to be hitting 4,250 encounters on Brooklyn Hill indeed. It is possibility for sure, and stuff along those lines, but is it possibility today is another question. Because as I said, I'm not gonna be going for more than not too much more than 6 hours indeed. I mean, as I like to say though, that it really depends on what kind of mood is the game in. Is the game in the mood that, you're gonna be getting all the encounters very fast or very slow? Game decides that it's a slow day, then it's a slow day. Unfortunately, it is EEST, Adam. Thankfully, it is indeed the case that, of course, there is another day that can be looking for these indeed. And not without a hassle, indeed. The only thing that I can be doing is to be switching the time, so, it's more nighttime. But, that isn't necessary. I don't need to be switching to, another day, because I need to be getting snowstorm or something like that. Don't need it to be specifically Friday to be hunting something. Even though at least in some games it's a case that you only need it to be Friday once you load into the area. If you leave the area, the Pokemon is gone, but if you stay in the area, then it's forever there. Which is a nice thing. Which I unfortunately feel like if it would be happening again in the new Pokemon game, I don't think that it would be possible to be just you have saved there, you can be leaving. If you leave, it's gonna be respawning, but or like despawning, and then if you stay in the area, it's forever there. It's unfortunate, but what can one do indeed? I feel like if there would be indeed a new Pokemon game, there would be like, let's say, a Pokemon that only appears on Thursdays. I feel like it would be done in a way that you can be doing it if it's not actually like Thursday. I guess that would be, I don't know, quite of them to be doing indeed like that. Wouldn't be shocking me too much, at least. Wouldn't indeed. Like, surely is it nice that it's only required to be there when the Pokemon spawns in? Yeah, but I understand why it's not a thing. Thankfully, I don't really need to be caring that much about them, because the only Pokemon that I feel like that could be a problem, I have already gotten. And it's the Durfloon in the Valley Wind Works in PDSP, specifically Brilliant Diamond. No, it was Shining Pearl, actually. It was Shining Pearl, indeed. I was doing Wooloo. So, you know, that was my main switch, and the other one then on the other one, indeed. Yeah, it was the case like that, indeed. We enter into the night mode. Okay. Interesting. Anyways, let's move on. Oh, really? Rude. Oh, rude. of you to be on my path like that. I don't think in this game there is too many Pokemons with runaway now that I think about it, because you know that's one of the only things that you can be getting rid of, like the things called Shadow Tag and Arena Trap. I don't think that there's, you know, Ponyta. There is Dunsparce, I think Maniri has run away. I could be completely wrong though. Let's check out then. ECG spawn coming in indeed. It's a sweep up. If anyone is interested in a sweep up in the PCG. Yeah, Rattata isn't in this game, so that's like an easy no. There is indeed Ponyta. Technically there is like, there's some like oddish, for example, there is one that has like a hidden ability, but how would one easily acquire one is a different question. And also, why does it even have it? Accidentally go the ground, I see. I'm not facing the water. No, I should be. I'm too close to the wall there. Rude. There we go. And Rotom, no, it's not time to save. And there's Eevee as well, I suppose. But Eevee you almost always will be having with another ability again. Also, Runaway is in like that common ability anyways. Not Dunsparce. Only Kada. Oh, hidden ability. Makes sense that I didn't know that. It's a hidden ability. You know, why would you be going for Runaway as the hidden ability? Most, like, first of all, it's so hard to be getting, and second of all, why? There's indeed Baniri. A Lillipup, Nikiru. There's decent amount of them then. But not that many. Because not that common of an ability indeed. And I will say most of the time it's the case that if you don't specifically want to be getting Runaway for a Pokemon, you will be running something else. There is situations where you are better off with Runaway than another ability, in the case of like Baniri. In case of like Baniri, you're better off to be having a Runaway than, you know, the other ability indeed. Would be interesting to be getting out of here then. I will say one thing I personally don't understand when it comes down to gaming. I think I have talked about this before, but anyways, it still bothers me to this day anyways. Is that I don't like people that they are saying that they are playing like regular of the game and then they have like mods in there. Even though it would be just, you know, life improving ones, but still technically it's not real deal. I mean, I understand it that some things in games can be frustrating, but at the same time, I like to be either be playing, you know, the game as it is originally, you know, made, or then I be playing mods. I don't really understand playing in between, kind of. Or at least just saying that you don't play modded of the game when you are, because... Like, I understand, like, visual things I understand, they are like, I'm fine with, you know, that's, you know, if you want to be getting better visuals, like, let's say it's an old game and you want better graphics, then, you know, then it's different thing, but if you're like changing how something works completely, then it's not really a real thing. I mean, understandable that some of the game mechanics are annoying, but it is what it is, but yeah. Because I don't mind like playing games modded, but at the same time, like, they are for me two completely different things. But for me, indeed, the visual things are like, you know, each their own, but eh. It is kind of silly though sometimes when people are like getting a game and then they're immediately installing like visual mods. Like, I'm kind of thinking like, why did you get it in the first place then? I know that for some things it's hard to be finding like an exact one to your style that you like. But most of the time it is the case that it's not the only of its kind. But yeah. But indeed, there is a situations that the game is very old and you would like to be playing it in the better graphics. I don't really mind, in quotes, bad graphics aka old graphics. I'm quite fine with them indeed. There is for me a certain kind of charm in them. But I will say though that if a game is meant to be played on a terrible screen, it looks better on the terrible screen than you know, in more of a modern screen. As I said before, they are very annoying and hard to come by, and they are quite liking to be eating the electricity indeed. They like to indeed. Because yeah, sure, like, there is some games that I would absolutely love to be playing with. A good old TV, but first of all hard to come by, second of all indeed very expensive. Both like to be buying and, you know, using it. I know that there is like some like you can be finding like in quotes new old things, like, you know, companies nowadays be making old looking things that are more efficient, but they are still pricey unfortunately, which is understandable because the thing is that it is the case that most people can be moving on from old things to new things, and the people that need to be having the old things, you know, will be getting the old things no matter what. Like in the case of there is like you want to be filming something and you want it to be like the same quality all the way through, and your like camera breaks down, you will be getting somehow it fixed or get same exact one and then move on with it. And there might be the case that maybe in this case of camera that you have specifically like something that you need that is not available in the newer ones, which is unfortunately quite often the case. But yeah, it's annoying because sometimes people or companies are selling them for like an extra price that you can be getting like this thing that was, you know, normal on the previous model but not on this one. But sometimes they just don't sell anything and you just like need to be figuring out what you're gonna be doing. Like, can you live without it, or do you need to be able to fix it somehow? Thankfully, I haven't been too many times into a situation like that, indeed. I guess I'm not using features that are easily removed, you know. Probably someday it will be a thing. It's very few like old technology things that I prefer to be having the old way. I can't really think of any right now, but there surely most likely is something. And most of the time, you know, I'm fine with the new one because like that might be the only kind that I know, and yeah, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it indeed. ECG spawn coming in. It's a Halo. It's a Halo in the PCG if someone is interested in indeed. Time to time to encounter these, and indeed I think it is a funny do the funnest conduct 3 or one of them. Would like to know though, because I don't fully know, but I'll figure it out at some point for sure. Who is the third one there that I didn't see? It's just basing that I hear a bunch of going in and out that it would be. What? Oh, interesting. There was, but it wasn't in the spot that I thought it was. It spawned weirdly because they like spawned in very much to the left. Like, surprisingly much to the left indeed. But it happens sometimes. It's not like the spawn points are guaranteed every single time. Not at all. Only thing that is guaranteed that how many there is in each of the patches of grass indeed. Nice. What are you? Hello? No. I like that the mask did spawn in the same exact spot that the dog trio did just get away from. Overlapping spawn areas. Oh, how silly they are. Can be sometimes ridiculous. Not in Pokemon really, I've heard in other games that there can be like technically an infinite amount of them spawning in one spot. Was very strange that once I did hear about it for sure, but you know, old games and their charm indeed. Old games and their charm indeed. Always so nice to see it. As I said, I kind of still miss that, you know, newer games don't have as fun glitches and stuff in them. No, fun ones are fine. The annoying ones that there is mostly nowadays, they are, you know, annoying. But the fun ones of the past, they were certainly something. Like, surely were there frustrating ones in the past? Yeah, but I feel like there was more fun ones. More of like, you know, coding errors than anything else, of course, but nice nonetheless. Nice nonetheless, indeed. Yeah. You know, understandable that, you know, things are patched out and everything, but as I said, sometimes I would be wishing that more things that, you know, are broken in the games would be turned into features. And then there's so many games that don't even fix their main issues. Then, like, let's say that it's a fishing game and then, like, the fishing itself is very broken. Then they never fix it, so you can't really be playing the game because its whole thing is broken. And then it's like stupid expensive game as well. Like, I don't honestly understand. Like, there's like some categories of games that are ridiculously expensive, like pretty much no matter what. One of them is indeed like fishing games. Like, why? Like, surely it is technically cheaper than going, you know, fishing in real life because you need to be getting license, you need to be getting maybe about, you know, all the fishing equipment, everything. But, like, still, like, jeez. It do be ridiculous indeed, sometimes like that. There's some things in real life indeed that are stupid expensive. Seemingly for no reason indeed, but, you know. Things are worth whatever someone is willing to be paying though. It do be the case. Indeed, yet another hour has passed indeed, so we'll be having soon-ish another break indeed. As usual, around 3 minutes is the break time indeed. For that time, I will be stopping hunting, so in the case I find a shiny, you're not gonna be missing out on it. And you know, breaks are good, indeed. They do be indeed. Buddy. Indeed. I'll be going to maybe an hour-ish more, depending on how long it do be taking to be getting to the encounter numbers that I want to be in indeed. then I'll be heading off. But it's probably gonna be still like 5.5 hours-ish of hunting today, which is pretty decent. Decent indeed. Be getting one more encounter, hopefully on Ultra Sun, and then maybe 2 more in Sword. Might be nothing then, because... oh, 1 at least. Nice. Might be... I'm gonna be leaving it there for now. Indeed. Continuing once the break is over, indeed. Also BCG spawn coming in, indeed. Nice unfastened there. A whole unfastened indeed. Getting going soon then, indeed. Away there already. I'll wait a little bit before I do it on a sword though. There we go. Could you please be captured, dude? It's getting a little annoying. Catching something in Pokemon Go, but he doesn't want to be getting captured. There we go. let's continue then indeed. Either it didn't go far enough away or I just didn't want to be switching the first one there. Everything else did, so I'm assuming that I did go far enough away. It's the first one didn't want to be. You want to be switching. There we go. But yeah, indeed, the goal is to be hitting 4,250 on the Brugglad Hill, aka Ultra Sun, and 3,500 on Yamask, and then those are the numbers that I'm gonna be ending today off indeed. It might be requiring a little bit of waiting on either end, but we are used to it in here that it isn't usually the case that these two are gonna be stopped at the same exact time. But it's fun. It is always the case that once I do encounters only in one game, they are a little bit faster. Indeed. So now I'm concentrating on only one of them indeed. We'll see. And indeed we are entering the kind of time indeed that if I will be getting a shiny at this point, I will not be starting a new hunt in Sword because as I said, I don't really have plans on to be doing anything in Ultra Sun anyways. I don't know, then I'm just gonna be concentrating on Ultra Sun in this case indeed, for rest of the day indeed. We'll see how things are gonna be going then indeed. Indeed, as I mentioned already, I'm not gonna be streaming tomorrow. I am gonna be having an off day indeed, since I have things that I need to be doing tomorrow anyways. Alpha Gudra will be done on Wednesday instead because of that. They're most likely gonna be getting a few faces indeed. As usual. It's quite likely that indeed faces will be done. It is quite unlikely to be going that long in Lion Legends argues indeed to be doubt getting a shiny, especially if you're, you know, running about relatively fast. Indeed. Since, you know, I'm just checking out in normal situations just the alphas that I need, and then if there's a massive mass outbreak, I just quickly will be checking the first 4 of them and then be heading off. Could be saving time if I wouldn't be doing that, but I kind of like it. And also I've been doing it like that for so long, so again kind of feels odd stopping doing it now. Stop doing it now. So yeah, pretty good, pretty nice indeed. Anyways, today is gonna be decent progress anyways. Do we hit the numbers that we're hitting, or do we end up in here in these numbers indeed? I guess it's going to be indeed 450 encounters in Brooklet Hill. Pretty good, pretty nice. Pretty, you know, respectable amount indeed. And then in the other one is 650. Oh, this is only that little. It's still fine. You know, slower day. It's fine. Pretty good, you know, progress is progress indeed. Never complain about that indeed. Some days it's more, some days it's less indeed. Yeah, for some reason I was thinking that it would have been better. Let me double check. What did I start up on the other one? Oh, I was incorrect. It's actually 850. I, for some reason, thought that I started today at 850 on your mask, because I thought for some reason that I started at 2850, but no, it was 2650. But it's still not that bad though. Not that bad indeed. But then again, they are kind of the numbers that I'm expecting to be hitting in these hunts anyways. So for that we are doing quite fine. Quite fine indeed. There we go. We are seeing so many masks. Nice. Always love to be seeing a target a bunch when it's not guaranteed. Imagine if there would be an area in Pokemon. Because I was thinking, like, what are things I would be only encountering the target in, like legendary soft resets, for example. Imagine if there would be a place that there would be a bunch of, like, randomly spawning in legendaries. We have few areas that are, like, close, but not quite, like, you know, PDSP has a location where you can be capturing basically every single legendary. Dynamics Adventures, I suppose, is another place, but they are not like randomly. You need to be. In the case of Dynamics Adventures, you need to be resetting. Not resetting, you need to be doing new paths. Or you either need to be doing new paths or reset. And same with PDSB, you need to be doing soft resets indeed. Or what is the closest for soft resets indeed. PCG spawn coming indeed. It's Rolls. Nice. Psychic type that can be missed. Just try to miss it then. I'll be super upset if I catch it. This is gonna be the second one that I will be capturing when I need to be missing. And like the only issue that indeed has been going on today. Please let me miss. Tension is building. Will it be missed? Yo, I missed it. Let's go. Let's go. I missed it. Nice. Love to see that indeed. Boosted your mask. Love to see that. It is kind of tempting for me to be, you know, since there is some of the Pokemons in this game that you can be only encountering one time per save file. And some of them are locked, some of them are, you know, findable. It's kind of tempting to be hunting, maybe not all of them, but some of them. Unfortunately, it is the case for most of them that they are gonna be kind of forced to be full odds because you can't be getting a shiny Charmander at that point in the game. It will be indeed impossible. So yeah. It is kind of tempting and would be an interesting thing. I know that some people have been hunting for like the like some of the ones in the story things indeed, but yeah. Would be interesting to be going for all of them for sure. Maybe that's a thing. I don't know. No, indeed. I mean, there is the things like the Glimmer, Tangle, Impidim, and like, you know that there is 2 of them. For example, for those I will be going on at some point. Or only one of them, but I mean, I will be checking both of them. But yeah. Quite interested in them indeed. So maybe. Because I want to be getting Impidim specifically like that in this game. I know I have a bunch of Impidims already. I don't need any more, but it's a kind of a special hunt. It's an easy hunt to do, I feel like, but still not that many people are going for it. Because the only thing that it requires is an escape rope that is, you know, a key item in this game. You go into Cleanwood, check those 2 mushrooms, use escape rope, rinse and repeat. It's pretty easy. And the good thing is as well that if you are playing it optimally, you are not even gonna be having any issues with random encounters. Because you can be traversing the area in a way that there is not gonna be a single patch of grass. And also because they both are very close to the entrance as well. It's not like there would be an issue that they would be very far away from the entrance indeed. But yeah. It's actually gonna be a little bit more than... I'm very bad at today, it seems like guessing how long things are taking. Technically, you know, if lucky enough, then can be getting an incredible amount of encounters. I mean, I'm halfway through already, almost in both games actually. So yeah. But it should be less than an hour though, because it takes 150 takes about an hour. Should be less than an hour. Not by much, but by a little bit indeed. I can move on to here then. Oh, it's a Doc Trio on the other spot. Good to know. Didn't want to be making the cry there. Nice. Could it be taking only like 15 minutes from here, here on? Here on out, indeed. Well, I guess we'll be seeing in 15 minutes. But yeah, it doesn't seem like I need to be waiting too long in either of the games then, because they are indeed quite nicely, you know, in the same amount of encounters as it is taking them to be, you know, taken to the point that I want them to be in. Because they both are about halfway through it indeed. That's nice. It's nice indeed. Probably gonna be needing to be waiting a little bit on Ultra Sun, I would like to say. Ultra Sun would need to be like maybe 5 or 10 like further in, then I wouldn't be needing to be waiting, but it doesn't matter to me. But yeah, I do be still hoping the best of luck indeed if you're hunting. Hope you have been good luck indeed and find something, if not the target that you're looking for indeed. But still, remember, do as many as you can / want. And then chill out and go for it in a little bit if you're not feeling like going for it indeed. Taking breaks is important. Ooh, boosted your mask. Let's go. Boosted your mask. You'll love to see one. Gonna be encountering in a little bit indeed. Gonna be you know, go in there when these are gone from here indeed. Nice. Nice risk it indeed. Psyduck. BCGs. Spawn coming in indeed. It's a Magby. It's a fire type. A need in order to be capturing getting a Chimchar this week. You get enough fire traps, you can be getting indeed a Chimchar. Which is quite nice. Watch me be missing this one, of course, you know. The one that I need to be capturing. But nice, though. Back to back, like... weekly questings. You love to see that. Well, soon we'll see then. Ah, that's unfortunate. No Magby for me. For now. Maybe later. Maybe later than indeed. I probably have done like a template capture once already at this point, I would like to say. Could be wrong, of course, but I feel like I would have been already have them would have already got them indeed. On this going quite well, thanks for asking. Be hydrating and stretching soon then. But how are you doing yourself? Hope you're having a good day. There we go. Interesting. Interesting that people are still selling and buying them. Considering the fact that, you know, you can't really do that much with them anymore. But I suppose some people like to be playing in with those. So fair enough, I suppose.
I don't know.
Yeah, I suppose. But who has the time to do that? I know it's pretty useful, but eh. And I have heard that it's kind of annoying to mod them anyways. But yeah. I mean, I'm surprised that, you know, it is working, but yeah. And not super hard to fix, I suppose, but it's still very old machines. And I will also say that nowadays, I don't really see a reason to be modding most of the like older consoles as well. Because there's so many easier ways nowadays to be playing their games. You know, some companies they are releasing or like just like having the old console games on the newer ones. And also like computers can be handling emulation and everything. And then there's the case that the console has been re-released as a newer one with updates and stuff. But I understand some people just like to be playing with the older consoles. Talking about it before, that if I will be playing with an old console, then I would rather be having an old screen that wouldn't be causing too much power. Or eating too much power. There's so much eating them. It's insane. I mean, old technology be like that. What can one do? Yeah, nicely keeping together two in Sword, one in Ultra Sun. Interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, soon indeed, if it is the case, then I will be going ahead and looking for your mask to be the last encounter, because I always try to be making the first and the last encounter to be the target indeed. Even though today there was an annoying... there was an annoying duck trio in the way. But close enough. It's not that big of a deal, of course, but I like to be encountering first and last encounter the target if I can have the chance. Choose indeed. But yep, decent progress today indeed. I'm still going in this spot. I would kind of like to be leaving, and most likely I will be leaving after the next encounter. If it's only a mask, that is. Yeah. Well, at least it's an easy spot to be spawning in new ones. There we go. I'm gonna wait a little bit on Ultra Sun then before I do the last encounter in there. Get to fully reset these, I see. Nice, I suppose. Well, there is not really a shortage of these dudes. I see that it's gonna be 3 ghost types back to back then. Since that was the random encounter. That works, I suppose. Let's see that. Do that then, indeed. Add them both, because I know that this is in shiny. There we go, let's see then. Finally a mask of the day is regular. Psyduck is not blue. But indeed. Is indeed for the day. Tomorrow, as I said, is indeed off day. I'll be doing Alpha Gudra on Wednesday indeed. But yeah, indeed. Thanks for watching and sticking around. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed on Wednesday then. Until then, bye!